Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The midnight bells of Necrovale tolled 13 times. Their deep resonance shivering through both flesh and spectral form alike. In the towering cathedral of eternal twilight, where obsidian spires reached like grasping fingers toward the perpetually purple sky, Queen-to-be Lilith Graveheart stood before her subjects, both living and dead. The cathedral's vast interior glowed with the ethereal blue light of soul lanterns, illuminating the faces of the nobility alongside the translucent visages of their ancestral guardians. Lilith's alabaster skin contrasted sharply with her flowing gown of midnight silk, embroidered with silver thread that captured and reflected the spectral light. Her raven hair, adorned with bone ornaments carved from the remains of her own grandmother, a high honor in Necrovale, cascaded down her back like a funeral shroud. The young queen's violet eyes, marking her as a true Graveheart, surveyed the assembly with a practiced calm that belied her racing heart. "Bring forth the crown of 1,000 souls," intoned High Priest Mortis, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. The ancient cleric's body was more preserved corpse than living flesh, sustained by the necromantic energies that permeated Necrovale's very soil. From the shadows stepped 4 soul guards, their armor fashioned from blackened silver and adorned with the faces of ancestors who had volunteered for eternal service. Between them, they carried a velvet cushion upon which rested the kingdom's most sacred relic, a circlet of twisted metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Embedded within the dark metal were 1,000 tiny crystals, each pulsing with an inner light, each containing a soul that had sworn fealty to the throne. As the crown approached, the ancestral spirits throughout the cathedral grew more vibrant, their forms solidifying in anticipation of the renewal of the ancient pact. For 7 centuries, since King Malachi the Deathbinder had forged the crown, the rulers of Necrovale had commanded the dead, ensuring harmony between the realms of life and death. Lilith knelt before the high altar, constructed from the bones of the first 100 souls to enter the crown. Mortis lifted the artifact with reverent hands, its weight seeming to bend reality around it. "With this crown, you shall bridge the gap between flesh and spirit, between heartbeat and memory," the priest proclaimed. "Do you, Lilith of House Graveheart, accept the burden and blessing of the 1,000 souls?" "I do," Lilith answered, her voice steady despite the weight of destiny pressing upon her shoulders. As Mortis raised the crown above her head, a cold wind swept through the cathedral, extinguishing half the soul lanterns in an instant. The remaining lights flickered wildly, casting chaotic shadows across the walls, adorned with murals depicting the kingdom's history. Then came the scream, not from any living throat, but from the crown itself. 1,000 voices cried out in unified agony as the artifact shuddered in Mortis's grasp. Before anyone could react, a figure in hooded grey robes leapt from behind a column, snatching the crown and sprinting toward the great doors. "Seize the defiler!" Lilith commanded, rising to her feet. The soul guards moved with supernatural speed, but the thief was faster still. As they neared the intruder, the hooded figure threw something to the ground that exploded in a flash of searing white light, anathema to the necromantic energies of Necrovale. When the light faded, the thief was gone, and with them, the crown of 1,000 souls. The consequences were immediate and terrifying. Throughout the cathedral, ancestral spirits began to waver, their forms distorting. Some howled in anguish, while others simply faded from view. Outside, beyond the cathedral walls, chaos erupted as the dead throughout Necrovale suddenly found themselves unbound from the will that had guided them for centuries. "This is your failure," hissed Lord Cain Shadowmere, a rival who had coveted the throne for himself. "Not even crowned, and already you have lost our most sacred treasure." Lilith stood tall despite the accusation, her eyes flashing with inner fire. "I will recover what was taken, the thief will face justice, and the balance will be restored." But even as she spoke, she knew the task would not be simple. Without the crown, the delicate harmony between life and death would unravel with each passing hour. Already, she could feel it, the discontent of the ancestral spirits, the fraying of the ancient pact. 3 days later, Lilith rode through the twisted trees of the charnel forest, far from the formal gardens and protective walls of the palace. Her steed, a midnight black mare with eyes that glowed ember red, moved with unnatural grace through the fog-shrouded landscape. Behind her rode a small contingent of her most trusted soul guards, their armor gleaming dully in the diffuse light. Reports had come from the borderlands, whispers of a figure matching the thief's description, heading toward the swamp of lamentations. More troubling still were rumors that the purifiers, religious zealots from the neighboring kingdom of Solaria, had been sighted in increasing numbers along the frontier. The purifiers believed communion with the dead to be an abomination, their doctrine teaching that souls should pass beyond the veil, never to return. For centuries, they had waged a shadow war against Necrovale, rarely daring open conflict, but forever seeking to undermine the kingdom's practices. As they reached a fork in the road, Lilith raised her hand, signaling the party to halt. Before them stood a dilapidated structure, a small shrine that predated even Necrovale itself, dedicated to deities whose names had long been forgotten. "Your Majesty," warned Captain Voros of the Soul Guard, "this place is not safe. Even the dead avoid it." "Yet it is precisely where we must go," Lilith replied, dismounting. "For we seek one who knows the paths between worlds better than any other." She approached the shrine alone, its stone archway carved with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly. From within her cloak, she produced a small vial of her own blood, spilling it upon the weathered threshold. "By blood and bone, by flesh and fear, I summon the last of the Bone Riders," she intoned, her voice carrying power that had been taught to her in secret by her mother, away from the court's prying eyes. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the ground before the shrine began to bulge and crack. Soil and stone parted as a figure emerged from the earth itself, a man clad in armor made from human remains, his face hidden behind a helm fashioned from a human skull. Upon his shoulders perched a raven with feathers that shimmered with an oily iridescence, its eyes gleaming with unnatural intelligence. The soul guards drew their weapons, but Lilith gestured for them to stand down. The armored figure removed his helm, revealing a face that might have been handsome once, before grief and bitterness had carved deep lines into it. His eyes were the color of tarnished silver, and his hair, once black, now streaked with white, despite his apparent youth. "Thane Bone Rider," Lilith acknowledged, inclining her head slightly, the most respect a queen would show to anyone, let alone an exile. "And Lilith Graveheart," he responded, his voice harsh from disuse. Not yet crowned, I hear, and already failing your people. She straightened, violet eyes flashing. I need your help. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. The crown seeks aid from the very bloodline it condemned. How desperate you must be. Desperate enough to offer you what you've sought for 3 generations, she countered. Redemption, return. Restoration of your family's honor. Thane's expression hardened. My family's honor was never lost. It was stolen, just as your precious crown has been stolen. Perhaps there is justice in that. There is no justice in chaos, Lilith argued. Without the crown of 1,000 souls, the dead grow restless. Some have already turned violent. Villages in the outer reaches report ancestors attacking the living. The balance has always been a lie, Thane interrupted, stepping closer, his raven cawed in agreement, the sound echoing unnaturally. But I will help you, queen without a crown, not for your promises, which royalty has proven worthless, but because the purifiers are a threat to all who walk the paths of necromancy. And because I would see for myself what secrets the crown might hold. And so began an uneasy alliance between the last scion of House Graveheart and the last descendant of the Bone Riders. Necromancers who had once served as the royal family's closest advisors before being exiled for alleged treason generations ago. Idri. Their journey took them through the fetid expanse of the Swamp of Lamentations, where the trees wept actual tears and the ground sometimes parted to reveal grasping hands of those who had perished in its depths. Lilith watched as Thane communed with these lost souls, his methods raw and primal compared to the refined necromancy practiced at court. Yet they speak of white-robed figures passing through 3 days past, Thane reported, after one such communion, heading toward the Mountains of Lamentation. The purifiers move quickly, Lilith observed, her brow furrowed. But what would they want with the crown? Their goal has always been to sever the connection between the living and the dead, not to control it. Thane's silver eyes met hers. Perhaps the crown holds secrets even your family does not know. The implication hung between them, unspoken but palpable. As they traveled, the situation in Necrovale deteriorated. Messengers found them with increasingly disturbing reports. Ancestral guardians abandoning their posts. Family crypts emptying as the dead wandered aimlessly. Some turning violent without the crown's guiding influence. The delicate harmony that had defined Necrovale for centuries was unraveling with each passing day. Their pursuit led them finally to an ancient temple carved into the side of the tallest peak of the Mountains of Lamentation. Here, where the boundary between the mortal world and the realm of the dead grew thin, they found the purifiers preparing for a ritual, one intended not to destroy the crown, as Lilith had feared, but to use it. What followed was a battle of both blade and spectral energies. Lilith commanded the lingering dead of the mountain with what power she possessed even without the crown, while Thane called forth bone constructs from the very earth. The purifiers fought with weapons of consecrated silver and flames that burned white-hot against necromantic energies. In the chaos, Lilith and Thane reached the inner sanctum, where the leader of the purifiers stood before an altar, the crown of 1,000 souls hovering above it. "Stop!" Lilith commanded. "You know not what forces you tamper with." The purifier leader turned, his face serene despite the battle raging outside. "On the contrary, Queen Lilith, we understand far better than you. This abomination has enslaved souls for centuries. We intend to set them free." Before either Lilith or Thane could react, the purifier plunged a dagger of pure white metal into the center of the crown. Instead of destroying it, the artifact absorbed the blade, and a blinding light erupted from within. When it faded, the crown had transformed, its metal now gleaming silver, the crystals containing the souls glowing with a clear, pure light. And from these crystals emerged voices, not the harmonious chorus that had always emanated from the crown during royal ceremonies, but individual voices crying out in anguish and accusation. "Lies, all lies," one voice wailed. "We did not choose this imprisonment," cried another. "7 centuries of torment," lamented a third. The truth, hidden for generations, poured forth like a flood breaking through a dam. The original souls within the crown had not been willing volunteers, as royal history claimed. They had been victims of King Malachi's ambition, sacrificed in a bloody ritual designed to give him power over death itself. Lilith fell to her knees before this revelation, the foundation of her kingdom's greatness, revealed as built upon unimaginable cruelty. Beside her, Thane stood rigid, the vindication of his family's claims that had led to their exile, offering little comfort in the face of such horror. "Now you understand," the purifier said softly. "Will you still fight to preserve this abomination?" Lilith raised her eyes, violet with the bloodline that had perpetuated this atrocity for centuries. "No," she whispered. But neither will I abandon my people to chaos." She rose to her feet, decision crystallizing within her. "I will not perpetuate this crime, but I will not leave these souls to your judgment either. There must be a middle path, one where the dead are honored, not commanded, where they may choose to remain or to pass beyond." Taking a step toward the transformed crown, Lilith addressed the souls directly. "I cannot undo the wrong done to you. But I offer you choice now. Remain and help forge a new covenant between the living and the dead of Necrovale, or find your final rest beyond the veil." Some souls raged against her, demanding vengeance for centuries of imprisonment. Others, weary beyond measure, simply begged for release. And a few, a precious few, expressed willingness to help establish a new way. In that moment, in that ancient temple high among the mountains of lamentation, Queen Lilith Graveheart made a choice that would forever alter the fate of Necrovale. Not with the crown of 1,000 souls upon her head, commanding the dead to her will, but with open hands, offering freedom and partnership to those who had been denied choice for too long. And beside her stood Thane Bonerider, last of his line, his family's honor finally restored through the revelation of truth rather than royal decree. Together, they would forge a new path for Necrovale, one where the living and the dead would walk side by side, not through compulsion, but through choice. The midnight bells of Necrovale would toll again, but their meaning would never be the same. Story 2. Golden threads shimmered in the air of Fatehaven's divination chamber, their intricate patterns casting ethereal shadows across the marble floor. Orin Truthsayer stood transfixed, his breath caught in his throat as the impossible unfolded before his eyes. The threads, manifestations of destiny itself, were unraveling. In 5 millennia of the city-state's meticulously recorded history, such an aberration had never been witnessed. The young oracle's amber eyes widened, reflecting the disintegrating golden strands. His slender fingers, marked with the spiraling tattoos of his calling, trembled as he reached toward the vision. The air crackled with arcane energy, tasting of lightning and ancient dust. "This cannot be," he whispered to the empty chamber, his voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling adorned with constellations crafted from precious gems. The weave does not break, but it was breaking. The grand tapestry that the weavers had maintained since time immemorial, the intricate web of cause and effect, choice and consequence, was fraying at its edges like a cloth eaten by moths. Fatehaven rose above the surrounding plains. Like a dream carved from alabaster and quartz, its 7-tiered districts ascending toward the Weaver's citadel that crowned the highest point. From there, the Council of Weavers oversaw the destiny of every citizen, recording each birth in the Great Ledger before summoning the golden threads to chart the newborn's path through life. Orin knew he should report his vision immediately. As 7th Oracle to the High Weaver Magistra Arachne, it was his sworn duty. Yet something held him back, an instinct as powerful as the visions themselves. Instead, he slipped from the chamber, drawing his indigo cloak tightly around his shoulders. The corridor outside was illuminated by floating mage lights that drifted like jellyfish through the air. He passed the Hall of Records, where scribes worked tirelessly to document each twist of fate, and descended the spiraling crystal staircase that connected the upper echelons of the citadel to the lower tiers. By the time he reached the 3rd district, the realm of merchants and artisans, dusk had fallen. The streets were alive with commerce and conversation, citizens moving about their predestined activities with the serene confidence of those who knew their paths were already determined, already secure. How blissful, Orin thought, to trust so completely in the weave. The markets of the 3rd district gave way to the tangled alleys of the 2nd, where the air grew thick with incense and less savory smokes. Here, in the shadowed corners of Fatehaven, those who sought to bend their fates congregated in secret gatherings. Fortune-tellers who claimed to glimpse between the threads, alchemists who promised potions to alter one's destiny, all charlatans, according to the weavers. Yet it was to one such establishment that Orin now directed his steps. The Broken Needle Inn stood at the crooked intersection of Diviner's Way and Thief's Alley, its weathered sign depicting a golden needle snapped in two. Inside, the air was warm and heavy, with the scent of spiced wine and whispered secrets. "An oracle descends from the heights," a voice drawled from a darkened corner. "Oh, to what do we owe such an honor?" Orin turned to find a woman lounging at a table, her feet propped casually upon its surface. Her hair, the color of burnished copper, was cropped short against her scalp, except for a single long braid adorned with tiny silver bells that tinkled softly with her every movement. A scar ran from the corner of her left eye to her jaw, pale against her sun-darkened skin. "Vex Shadowstitch," Orin acknowledged, his voice lowered. "I require your specialized knowledge." Her lips curled into a smirk. "My services don't come cheap, Truthsayer. What would the council say if they knew one of their precious oracles was consorting with a destiny thief?" Vex was infamous in certain circles, a rare individual who had somehow developed the ability to pluck small threads from the great tapestry, stealing moments of fate to sell to those desperate enough to pay for a chance to alter their predetermined path. A criminal of the highest order in Fatehaven. "But the council need not know," Orin replied, sliding into the seat across from her. "And what I've seen today concerns us all. The threads are unraveling, Vex." Her smirk faltered, the playfulness in her eyes replaced by a sharp focus. "Impossible. I witnessed it myself in the divination chamber. The golden threads, they're dissolving." Vex leaned forward, the bells in her braid chiming discordantly. "If this is true, then the rumors about the Liberated might be more than tavern talk. The Liberated, a cult that's been gaining followers in the lower districts. They preach freedom from the weave, claim the weavers are tyrants who control rather than record our destinies." She lowered her voice further. "They speak of an artifact, the scissors of the end of times, that can cut the threads permanently." A chill ran down Orin's spine. That's heresy? Is it? Or is it truth your precious council doesn't want known?" Vex challenged, then abruptly straightened as her gaze shifted to something over Orin's shoulder. "We need to leave, now." Orin turned to see 4 Fate Wardens entering the inn, their silver armor gleaming in the dim light, hands resting on the hilts of their swords. The emblem of the Weavers, a stylized loom, was emblazoned on their breastplates. "Dorin Truthsayer," called the lead warden, her voice cutting through the suddenly hushed room. "By order of the Council of Weavers, you are charged with heresy and divination without sanction. You will come with us to face judgment." Orin felt the blood drain from his face. "How? Your vision was observed," the warden explained coldly, "and your failure to report it is treasonous. The penalty is death." Before Orin could respond, Vex moved with liquid grace, flipping the table toward the wardens. In the ensuing chaos, she grabbed Orin's wrist, her fingers surprisingly strong. "This way," she hissed, pulling him toward a narrow door half hidden behind a dusty tapestry. They fled through a warren of back rooms and service corridors, the shouts of the wardens echoing behind them. Vex navigated the labyrinth with practiced ease, leading them deeper into the underbelly of Fatehaven, where the grand architecture of the upper districts gave way to ancient stonework slick with moisture. "Where are we going?" Orin gasped, as they descended yet another set of stairs, these carved directly into the bedrock. "The only place they won't follow," Vex replied grimly. "To the catacombs beneath the citadel." The catacombs were forbidden to all but the highest-ranking weavers, a vast network of tunnels said to contain secrets from before the founding of Fatehaven. The air grew colder as they descended, and the mage lights were replaced by phosphorescent fungi that cast an eerie blue glow across the rough-hewn walls. "How do you know your way through here?" Orin asked, as Vex led him unerringly through the maze. She glanced back, her eyes reflecting the spectral light. "You think destiny theft is my only crime? These tunnels are how I access the lower chambers of the citadel. Small threads are easier to steal when you're closer to the source." They emerged into a vast cavern, so large that its ceiling was lost in darkness. At its center stood an enormous apparatus, a loom the size of a small house, constructed from what appeared to be living wood that pulsed with inner light. Golden threads ran through it in dizzying patterns, extending outward to vanish into the walls of the cavern. "The primordial loom," Vex whispered, awe creeping into her voice despite her usual irreverence. Orin stared, transfixed. This was the heart of Fatehaven, the source of the threads he had studied his entire life. But something was wrong. Around the base of the loom, figures moved, human figures, their bodies emaciated, their eyes hollow with exhaustion. Each was chained to the loom by gossamer strands that emerged directly from their flesh. "What is this?" he breathed, horror dawning. "The truth," came a new voice from the shadows. A figure stepped forward. A man dressed in ragged finery, his face half covered by an ornate mask. Behind him stood a dozen others, similarly attired, each carrying an object that gleamed silver in the ethereal light. "The Liberated," Vex identified them, tensing beside Orin. The masked leader inclined his head. "And you are the oracle who saw the unraveling. Your vision confirms what we have worked toward for generations." He gestured to the chained figures at the loom. "These are the true weavers, slaves bound to the loom for eternity, forced to spin the destinies that cage us all. What you know as the Council of Weavers are merely the jailers who maintain this abomination." "No," Orin protested, though uncertainty crept into his voice as he observed the suffering before him. "The weave is what holds reality together. Without it, we would be truly free," the leader interrupted. He raised the silver object in his hand, a pair of scissors that seemed to bend light around them, as if reality itself recoiled from their touch. "With the scissors of the end of times, we will cut every thread, freeing not only ourselves but the weavers who have suffered for millennia." Vex took a step forward, her expression conflicted. If you cut all the threads, you might destroy everything. Reality itself could collapse, or it could be reborn, the leader countered, a world where destinies are forged by choice, not predetermined by cosmic jailers. Orin's mind raced. Everything he had been taught, everything he had believed, was being challenged. He looked at the weavers, not the imperious council members he had served, but these broken souls bound to the loom, and felt shame wash over him. There must be another way, he said finally. Not to cut the threads, but to transfer the burden, to distribute it so that each person holds their own destiny. The leader of the liberated tilted his head, considering. "And how would you accomplish this, Oracle?" Orin turned to Vex. "You can manipulate the threads, not just steal them, but redirect them. I've seen it in my visions." Vex's eyes widened. "That's why the council wants you dead. You saw what I can do, what others might learn to do." Together they approached the loom. The enslaved weavers watched with eyes that held the wisdom and sorrow of ages. Orin placed his hands on the living wood, feeling the pulse of destiny flowing through it. Vex stood beside him, her fingers hovering over the golden strands. "If we redirect the threads," Orin explained, his oracle's insight flowing through him, "each person can become their own weaver. The burden shared by all instead of borne by few, or the whole system could collapse and take reality with it," Vex pointed out, though her hands were already beginning to move among the threads, bells tinkling as she worked. The leader of the liberated watched, the scissors still held aloft. "We will allow this attempt," he decided, "but if it fails, we cut the threads." "Better oblivion than eternal slavery." As Vex's fingers danced among the golden strands, Orin channeled his visions, guiding her work. The enslaved weavers began to stir, hope kindling in their ancient eyes. Gradually, the pattern of the loom began to change, the central mass of threads dispersing outward like the rays of a sun. A tremor ran through Fate Haven. In the streets above, citizens paused as they felt something shift within them. A new awareness, a sense of possibility where once there had been only certainty. The Council of Weavers, in their high chambers, cried out as their power began to wane, and in the cavern deep below, as the last of the enslaved weavers was freed from their chains, Orin and Vex collapsed in exhaustion. The primordial loom no longer gathered the threads to a single point, but dispersed them throughout the world, connecting all beings in a web of shared destiny. "What have we done?" Vex whispered, staring at the transformed loom. Orin smiled tiredly. "We've woven a new future, one where each thread is held by its rightful owner." The leader of the liberated set down the scissors, no longer needed. "As it begins a new age for Fate Haven," he proclaimed, removing his mask to reveal a face marked with the same spiraling tattoos as Orin's, the signs of an oracle, an age where destinies are not imposed, but chosen. As they emerged from the catacombs into a Fate Haven forever changed, golden threads could be seen, connecting every citizen, no longer binding them to a predetermined path, but linking them in endless possibilities. The weave remained, but transformed, no longer a prison, but a tapestry they would all create together, one choice at a time. Story 3. The island of Melodia hung suspended in the cerulean sky, its crystalline spires catching the morning light and fracturing it into rainbow prisms that danced across the clouds below. Around it, dozens of smaller isles floated in a carefully orchestrated pattern, each moving to the rhythm of the primordial melody, the ancient song that had kept the floating archipelago of Etheria aloft since time immemorial. Bridges of solidified wind connected the islands, shimmering with translucent hues that shifted with each musical note that resonated through the air. At the heart of Melodia stood the Grand Academy of Bardic Arts, its 7 towers spiraling upward like frozen musical notes, each carved from a different resonant crystal. From within these hallowed halls, the master bards, those who had achieved perfect harmony with the elements, conducted the symphony that maintained Etheria's delicate balance. But on this particular morning, discord rippled through the eternal composition. Lyric Stormweaver pressed her palms against her ears, wincing as the jarring notes assaulted her senses. Unlike the other citizens of Etheria, who heard only the beautiful harmonies crafted by the Academy, Lyric perceived the underlying currents, the true voice of the elements themselves, and today that voice screamed in agony. "Something's wrong," she whispered, her silver eyes wide with alarm. The melody is fracturing. A tiny attic room in the lower Crescendo district offered a panoramic view of the archipelago through its single circular window. From here, she could see the subtle but unmistakable signs that no one else seemed to notice. How the smaller islands had begun to drift from their ordained paths, how the wind bridges flickered like candles in a draught, how the very air trembled with unsung notes. 3 years had passed since the Academy had expelled her, declaring her tonally discordant and fundamentally unsuited to harmonic manipulation. In truth, her abilities had frightened them, her untamed power causing window panes to shatter and instruments to play themselves whenever her emotions peaked. Rather than nurture her unusual talent, they had cast her out, forcing her to eke out a meager existence, transcribing musical notations for merchants who needed enchanted sailing charts to navigate the skies between islands. A sudden lurch sent Lyric stumbling across the room as Melodia itself shuddered. Books tumbled from shelves, and her collection of scavenged instruments vibrated ominously. Through the window, she witnessed a smaller island, Minuet, home to the farmers who grew singing fruits, tilt dramatically, its edges crumbling into the endless sky below. Panic seized her. This was no minor fluctuation. The primordial melody was failing. Grabbing the forbidden grimoire she had stolen during her hasty departure from the Academy, cacophonous canticles of the Elder Winds, Lyric stuffed it into her satchel along with a small silver flute carved with spiral patterns. The instrument, her mother's final gift before the storm sickness had taken her, was Lyric's most treasured possession. As she rushed down the winding staircase of her tenement, citizens spilled onto the streets, faces upturned in confusion and fear. The Academy's hourly bell rang out, attempting to restore order with its resonant tones, but even this seemed thinner, less substantial than usual. "It's that Stormweaver girl," hissed a neighbor as Lyric passed. "Always said she brought bad luck. Probably causing this somehow." Lyric ducked her head, quickening her pace toward the sky docks, where vessels of all sizes were tethered to mooring posts by ropes woven from solidified music. She needed to reach someone with power, someone outside the Academy's influence who might listen. The docks were chaos. Merchants scrambled to secure their ships as the island continued to shudder. Passengers crowded gangplanks, desperate to flee to seemingly more stable islands, despite harbor masters shouting that no island was safe if the melody truly failed. Amidst the pandemonium, one ship stood out, a sleek corsair with sails the color of midnight, edged with silver embroidery depicting constellations. Unlike the other vessels, which bobbed precariously as the dock shifted, this ship remained perfectly steady, as if anchored to the air itself by some unseen force. The Tempest Requiem. Everyone in Etheria knew of this ship and its captain, Raven Thunderheart, the notorious sky pirate who sailed the spaces between realms, capturing wild winds in enchanted bottles to power his vessel. Some called him Thief, others Liberator, but all agreed on one thing. He answered to no authority, least of all the Academy. As Lyric approached the gangplank, a towering figure blocked her path. The first mate, a woman with skin like polished mahogany and eyes that swirled with miniature thunderstorms, crossed muscular arms over her chest. "Passengers ain't welcome," she stated flatly. "Especially not Academy runts." "I'm not from the Academy," Lyric protested. "I need to speak with Captain Thunderheart. It's about the melody. It's failing, and I know why." The first mate's storm-cloud eyes narrowed, but before she could respond, a rich baritone called from the ship's deck. "Let her aboard, Arya." "Anyone the Academy rejects is worth at least a conversation." Captain Raven Thunderheart lounged against the ship's wheel, his long coat billowing around him despite the absence of wind. Raven beads were woven into his dark hair, occasionally flickering with captured lightning, and at his hip hung a cutlass with a hilt carved from thunderwood, a material said to form only where lightning struck the same spot 7 times. "But you have 1 minute to convince me why I shouldn't toss you overboard, little songbird," he said, as Lyric approached, his voice carrying the rumble of distant thunder. Lyric took a deep breath and pulled out her silver flute. "Because I can hear this." She played a simple sequence of notes, not the refined mathematical progressions taught by the Academy, but something wild and primal. The melody seemed to capture the very essence of a storm, the anticipation before lightning strikes, the release of thunder, the chaotic patterns of raindrops. Around them, the air itself responded. Tiny whirlwinds formed on the deck, dancing to her music. Sailors stopped their work, transfixed not by the display of elemental magic, common enough in Etheria, but by the raw emotion it conveyed. Raven's expression shifted from amusement to intense curiosity. When Lyric lowered the flute, he stepped closer, studying her silver eyes, the mark of those born during a convergence of musical ley lines. "You're a stormweaver," he said, not a question but a recognition. "I thought your kind died out generations ago." "The Academy made sure of it," Lyric replied bitterly. "They can't control what we hear, what we can do. The true songs of the elements aren't meant to be controlled, they're wild, free. But the Academy has been draining them, harvesting their essence for their own purposes." She pulled the grimoire from her satchel, opening it to reveal diagrams of a massive harp with 7 unique strings. The celestial harp was shattered centuries ago, its strings scattered to prevent anyone from playing the primordial song in its pure form. "The Academy has been using fragments to channel and control the elements, but they're taking too much, too quickly. The balance is breaking." A violent tremor shook the island, stronger than before. In the distance, the Academy's towers pulsed with unnatural light, intensifying with each tremor. "They're accelerating the drain," Lyric gasped, suddenly understanding. "And they know the melody is failing, so they're trying to extract what remains before it's gone." Raven's eyes darkened like storm clouds gathering. "And what exactly do you propose we do about it, Stormweaver?" "Find the 7 strings of the celestial harp before the Academy drains them completely. With them, I can restore the primordial melody, not controlled and constrained as the Academy has done, but in its true form." The pirate captain studied her for a long moment, then glanced at the increasingly unstable archipelago around them. A small island in the distance began to fall, disappearing into the clouds below as its connection to the melody severed completely. "Arya," he called to his first mate, "prepare for immediate departure. Plot a course for the Thundering Reefs." He turned back to Lyric. The first string, the bass string of Earth, is guarded by a corrupted Earth elemental in the Thundering Reefs. If you truly are a Stormweaver, you'll be able to hear its location. His lips curved into a dangerous smile. Besides, I've always wanted to steal from the gods themselves. Their journey took them across the known skies and beyond, to realms where reality itself bent to the whims of music. At the Thundering Reefs, massive floating stone formations that crashed together in perfect rhythm, they confronted the Earth Elemental, a behemoth of living rock whose once melodious movements had degraded into jarring, discordant lurches. Through Lyric's ability to hear the true song beneath the corruption, they managed to locate and retrieve the bass string, a chord of woven mithril that hummed with deep, resonant power. The brass string of fire awaited them in the volcano of eternal cadence, where they narrowly escaped the Academy's enforcers, bards whose instruments doubled as weapons, capable of manipulating the elements with military precision. The silver string of water they found in the depths of the maelstrom abyss, where sirens sang songs that could drive mortals to madness. With each string they recovered, Lyric grew stronger, more attuned to the true voice of Etheria, and with each victory, the bond between her and Raven deepened, the sky pirate whose cynical heart had been touched by her passion and determination. But the Academy grew desperate. Islands fell with increasing frequency, their fragments scavenged by Academy ships for the last remnants of harmonic energy. Citizens fled to the few stable islands remaining, while rumors spread of a grand ritual being prepared within the Crystal Towers, a final extraction that would save only the Academy itself while dooming the rest of Etheria. By the time they had gathered 6 of the 7 strings, half the archipelago had fallen. The Tempest Requiem sailed through skies increasingly empty, the once vibrant realm reduced to scattered islands clinging desperately to existence. The final string, the gold string of spirit, will be the most heavily guarded, Raven warned as they approached Melodia once more. The Academy will throw everything they have at us. Lyric nodded, her face set with determination. The 6 strings they had recovered were woven into her silver flute, transforming the simple instrument into something magnificent, a channel for powers long forgotten. But without the 7th, the harmony remained incomplete. The gold string isn't hidden on some distant island, she said quietly. It's in the Academy itself. It's their source, the foundation of their power. Raven's expression darkened. Then we sail straight into the Dragon's Maw. The Tempest Requiem approached Melodia under the cover of a storm conjured from bottles of captured wind. Below, the island's crystalline structures pulsed with unnatural intensity, drawing the last vestiges of harmony from the failing melody. At the center, the Academy's towers had merged into a single spire that pierced the clouds, radiating power visible even through the tempest. They docked at an abandoned pier, the surrounding district long evacuated. Arya and a crew of trusted sailors accompanied them as they made their way through deserted streets toward the Academy. When we find the gold string, Lyric explained, I'll need to play the complete harmony immediately. The melody is too far gone for delay. And what exactly will this complete harmony do? Raven asked, his hand resting on his thunderwood cutlass. Lyric hesitated. It will restore balance, return the music to all of Etheria, rather than concentrating it in the hands of a few. At what cost? Raven pressed, knowing her too well now to miss the evasion. She met his gaze steadily. A Stormweaver must become the conduit. I'll survive, but I'll be bound to the melody, a living anchor. Before Raven could protest, they rounded a corner and the transformed Academy loomed before them, a monolithic crystal structure thrumming with stolen power. Bard guards patrolled its base, their instruments at the ready. What followed was a battle of music and elements, Academy bards wielding controlled, precise compositions against lyrics' wild, emotional melodies and ravens' captured winds. They fought their way upward through the spire, past chambers where horrified apprentices witnessed for the first time the true cost of their teachings. Enormous crystal machines draining the essence of captive elemental sprites. At the spire's summit, they found the grand harmonic chamber, where the 7 masters of the Academy surrounded a pedestal upon which hovered a shimmering golden chord, the final string. "You doom us all, Stormweaver," declared Archmagister Cadenza, her ancient face contorted with fury. "Without our guidance, the melody would run wild, chaotic. We brought order to the heavens." "You brought theft and imprisonment," Lyric countered, raising her transformed flute. "The melody was never yours to control." As Raven and Arya engaged the other masters, Lyric faced Cadenza in a duel of pure musical power. Academic precision against primal understanding. Notes clashed like swords, harmonies entwined like wrestlers. The very air shimmered with visible sound waves as 2 fundamentally opposed philosophies of music battled for supremacy. With a final, heart-wrenching note that contained all her love for Etheria and its true song, Lyric broke through Cadenza's defenses. The old Archmagister fell to her knees, her instrument shattering in her hands. Lyric seized the gold string, weaving it instantly into her flute. The instrument transformed one final time, becoming the reborn celestial harp in miniature. "Raven," she called, her voice already changing, becoming more resonant, less human. "It's time." The pirate captain fought his way to her side, understanding in his eyes despite his reluctance. "There must be another way." "There isn't," she said gently, "but this isn't an ending. It's a transformation." As the Academy spire began to collapse around them, Lyric raised the completed harp and played the primordial melody in its true form for the first time in centuries. The music flowed from her fingers like liquid starlight, each note perfectly imperfect, beautiful in its wildness. The failing islands stabilized. New bridges of wind formed between them. The elemental sprites, freed from their crystal prisons, danced in jubilant spirals, and throughout Etheria, people lifted their faces to the sky as they felt the return of something long missing, a music that spoke to the soul rather than merely the ears. Lyric herself began to change, her form becoming translucent, merging with the melody she played. Silver eyes turned to luminous stars, hair to flowing currents of visible music. Her feet lifted from the ground as she became one with the song that sustained their world. "I'll still be here," her voice echoed, now indistinguishable from the wind itself. "In every storm, every breeze, every song, listen for me, Raven Thunderheart, and you'll find me." The pirate captain reached toward her transforming form, his fingers passing through what had once been solid flesh. But when he spoke, it was with acceptance rather than despair. "Then I'll sail the stormiest skies," he promised, "where your song will be strongest." As the Academy crumbled into shining dust, a new Etheria emerged, one where the melody flowed freely through all things, where islands drifted in organic patterns rather than rigid formations, where music was wild and beautiful and belonged to everyone. And in the heart of every storm, if one listened carefully, one might hear a silver flute playing melodies that spoke of sacrifice, transformation, and the enduring power of harmony restored. Story 4. In the realm of Dualthera, where day and night existed in perfect equilibrium, the horizon never truly darkened nor brightened completely. The Western Hemisphere basked in eternal daylight beneath the vigilant gaze of the golden sun throne, while the eastern lands slumbered in perpetual night under the watchful eye of the silver moon court. Between them stretched the twilight band, a territory of perpetual dusk and dawn, where the powers of light and shadow intermingled in delicate harmony. For 10,000 years, this balance had endured, maintained by the ruling bloodline that carried both solar and lunar aspects within their veins. But on the night of the twin moons' convergence, when both celestial guardians hung low and full in the night sky, King Helios Dawnstar was found dead in the Equilibrium Chamber, the sacred heart of the Crystal Palace, where day and night merged in swirling patterns across walls of polished obsidian and luminous quartz. The king's blood spread across the chamber's centerpiece, an ancient altar where the legendary blade of shattered destiny had lain dormant for centuries. As royal guards rushed into the chamber, the artifact pulsed with awakened power, its shattered form beginning to resonate with a haunting melody that hadn't been heard since the Age of Division. Prince Solarian Dawnbringer stood at the gates of the Crystal Palace, his 5-year exile finally at an end. Wind tousled his copper-gold hair as he gazed upon the home that had rejected him. His features, sharp and defined, bore the unmistakable radiance of those born under the eternal sun, yet shadows lingered in his amber eyes, testaments to hardships endured in distant lands. "The king is dead," announced the herald, his voice hollow with grief. "The blade awakens." Solarian's heart constricted. Despite their differences, despite the banishment, Helios had been his father, stern but just, demanding but wise. And now, as the prince stepped through the palace gates, he felt the weight of suspicious gazes upon him. The twilight courtyard fell silent as he crossed it. Nobles from both solar and lunar courts whispered behind jeweled fans and gloved hands. Before he could reach the inner sanctum, a squadron of guards in silver-blue armor blocked his path, led by a woman whose presence commanded immediate attention. Commander Lunara Moonshadow stood with the rigid posture of one who had never known defeat. Her silver armor, etched with lunar phases, gleamed in the mixed light of the courtyard. Midnight blue hair was pulled back in a severe braid, accentuating sharp cheekbones, and eyes the color of twilight, neither fully blue nor purple, but something mysteriously between. "Prince Solarian Dawnbringer," she announced, her voice carrying across the courtyard, "by the authority of the Twilight Council, you are charged with high treason and regicide, the murder of King Helios Dawnstar." Gasps rippled through the assembled court. Solarian's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword, a simple blade, nothing like the ornate weapons of the palace guards. Before he mastered himself, "I arrived mere moments ago," he replied, keeping his voice level despite the fury and grief battling within. "My father summoned me home with news of a growing shadow. I come to serve, not to harm." "Convenient timing," Lunara countered, her eyes narrowing. "The king died at precisely the moment of your return. The evidence speaks for itself." Before Solarian could respond, a tremor shook the palace. The stained glass windows lining the courtyard, depicting the ancient legends of Dualthera, shattered inward. Through the broken apertures seeped tendrils of absolute darkness, deeper than the night sky, devoid of stars or hope. "The Devourers," whispered an elderly noble, fear cracking his voice. "They come." The darkness coalesced into writhing forms, creatures of void that seemed to swallow the very light around them. Guards rushed forward, their enchanted blades glowing with solar and lunar energies, but the weapons passed harmlessly through the shadow entities. Solarian moved without thinking. From his simple traveling cloak, he drew a pendant, a crystal that caught both sun and moonlight, amplifying and merging them. The combined radiance burst forth, driving the shadow creatures back through the broken windows. In the moment of chaos, Solarian knew his opportunity had come. The accusation of murder would not be withdrawn easily, and he needed time. Time to discover the truth. Time to understand why the blade had awakened. Time to stop whatever dark force had unleashed the devourers of light. With a whispered apology to his father's memory, he fled the Crystal Palace, using the secret passages learned in childhood. Behind him, he heard Lunara's commanding voice organizing pursuit, her determination as relentless as the tides pulled by the twin moons themselves. Deep within the whispering forest, where luminous fungi cast an ethereal glow upon ancient trees, Solarian sought the wisdom of the prophecies. His exile had not been wasted. He had traveled to the forgotten corners of Lothlórien, learning secrets the court would deem heretical. One such secret led him to a gnarled oak that predated the kingdom itself. Within its hollow trunk dwelled Orlin, a creature neither fully owl nor fully fox, whose fur and feathers shifted between ivory and obsidian depending on whether sunlight or moonlight touched them. "The exiled prince returns," Orlin observed, blinking amber eyes that reflected Solarian's own, bearing grief and purpose in equal measure. "The blade has awakened," Solarian said without preamble, "and with it, the devourers stir beyond the void gate." Orlin's feathers rustled with concern. Then the ancient prophecy unfolds. When day's king falls to shadow's hand, the shattered blade shall seek to mend. Only balanced hands may wield its power, else all realms fade in darkness of final hour. Balanced hands, Solarian repeated. The three stones of equilibrium, they're real, aren't they? Not just children's tales. More real than you or I, Orlin confirmed. Scattered to the farthest reaches where day and night struggle for dominance. The stone of dawn lies where eternal day burns coldest. The stone of dusk rests where eternal night burns hottest. And the stone of twilight dwells where neither light nor shadow can claim victory. Solarian nodded grimly. The frost desert in the far west, the volcanic isle in the eastern seas, and the maelstrom spire, Orlin finished, where sky and earth wage endless war. "I'll find them," Solarian vowed, "before the devourers break through completely. Before whoever killed my father completes their plan. Beware, Prince of Divided Light," Orlin cautioned. "The commander who pursues you is more than she appears. Your paths are entwined by forces older than Lothlórien itself." The frost desert stretched before Solarian like a sea of crystalline white. Its dunes and valleys formed not of sand, but of ice crystals that never melted despite the eternal sunlight. Here, in this paradoxical landscape, heat and cold existed in defiance of natural law, a reminder that Lothlórien operated by its own cosmic rules. Wrapped in enchanted furs, Solarian trudged toward the center of the desert, where ancient texts claimed the Temple of Inverted Flame stood. For 3 days he journeyed, rationing supplies and fighting off frost wolves, beautiful but deadly creatures with pelts of ice crystals and breath that could freeze a man solid in seconds. On the 4th day, as the constant sun reached its zenith position, he crested a dune to behold the temple, a structure of blue-white ice spiraling upward like a frozen flame. As he approached its entrance, a sound behind him caused him to whirl, drawing his sword in one fluid motion. Commander Lunara Moonshadow stood 20 paces away, her silver armor exchanged for furs similar to his own, though lined with midnight blue. Her blade, Moonfall, the ceremonial sword of the King's Guard, pointed directly at his heart. "Surrender, traitor," she commanded. your scheme unravels. Whatever you seek here will not save you from justice. I seek to save Dualthera, Solarian replied, keeping his sword raised. The Devourers grow stronger with each passing hour. Have you not noticed the shadows deepening, even in daylight territories? The blade of shattered destiny must be restored. Uncertainty flickered across Lunara's face, the first crack in her resolute demeanor he had ever witnessed. And the Council believes these are mere anomalies, temporary disturbances in the balance. The Council is wrong, or worse, complicit. Solarian lowered his sword slightly. Commander, I did not kill my father. I loved him, despite our differences. Something dark moves against Dualthera, something that required the death of the king to set its plans in motion. Before Lunara could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. From the pristine snow erupted a massive creature, a frost worm, its serpentine body composed of living ice, its eyes burning with cold fire. The temple guardian had awakened. What followed was a dance of survival. Despite their enmity, Solarian and Lunara moved in perfect coordination, his strikes complementing her defenses, her lunges creating openings for his attacks. Together, they drove the worm back toward a chasm of bottomless blue. As the creature teetered on the edge, Lunara called out, "Now!" Solarian understood without explanation. He hurled his blade, enhanced by a final burst of solar energy, striking the worm's crystalline heart. Simultaneously, Lunara's sword, glowing with lunar power, pierced the same spot from a different angle. The combined energies shattered the Guardian, sending it crumbling into the abyss. Breathing heavily, they faced each other across the battlefield, weapons lost but stance still wary. "You could have struck me down," Lunara observed. "When the worm exposed my flank, you didn't. As you could have let it devour me when I was momentarily disarmed," Solarian returned. "Yet here we stand." A fragile truce formed as they entered the temple together, navigating its labyrinthine interior until they reached the central chamber. There, suspended in a column of inverted flame, fire that burned cold instead of hot, hovered a crystal the size of a child's fist, one half brilliant white, the other deepest black. "The Stone of Dawn," Solarian breathed. As he reached for it, Lunara caught his wrist. "If you truly seek to save Dualthera, then your next destination is the Volcanic Isle. I have contacts who can transport us there more swiftly than you could travel alone." "Us," Solarian raised an eyebrow. "I still do not trust you," she said firmly. "But I trust the darkness growing at our borders even less. I will accompany you, and if I find evidence of your treachery, I will execute you myself." Their journey took them from the blinding white of the frost desert to the oppressive darkness of the eastern territories, where the volcanic isle rose from a sea of liquid shadow. There, amidst rivers of fire that burned in the endless night, they claimed the Stone of Dusk after defeating its guardian, a phoenix of ash and ember that rose repeatedly from its own destruction. With each challenge overcome, the reluctant allies learned more of each other. Solarian discovered that Lunara, beneath her rigid exterior, carried a deep-seated fear of failing those under her protection, a fear born from losing her parents to shadow cultists as a child. Lunara, in turn, glimpsed the burden Solarian carried, the weight of a royal legacy at odds with his own vision for Dualthera's future. The final stone awaited them at the Maelstrom Spire, a towering needle of rock where storm clouds perpetually clashed with earthen forces, creating a vortex of elemental chaos. As they scaled its treacherous face, lightning and stone alike threatening to cast them into the abyss below, a massive shadow passed overhead. An ancient dragon, its scales shifting between platinum and obsidian as it circled the spire. regarded them with eyes older than the kingdom itself. Without warning, it seized both climbers in massive talons, carrying them to the spire's summit before depositing them on a platform of smooth stone. "Children of divided light," the dragon rumbled, its voice resonating in their bones rather than their ears. "And at last you stand together where fate intended. You speak in riddles, Elder One," Lunara said cautiously, her hand never straying far from her sword hilt. "No riddle, but truth long concealed," the dragon countered. Its form shimmered, condensing and transforming, until before them stood an elderly man in robes that flowed like liquid starlight. "I am Kronos, keeper of balance, guardian of secrets too dangerous for mortal minds." "The stone of twilight," Lothlórien pressed. "We need it to reforge the blade and seal the breach before the devourers consume our realm." "The stone is yours by birthright," Kronos replied, extending a gnarled hand. In his palm rested a crystal that pulsated with neither light nor darkness, but something between, the essence of twilight itself. "As is the truth of your origins." With a gesture, the air between Lothlórien and Lunara shimmered. An image formed, a queen holding newborn twins, one radiant with solar light, the other glowing with lunar essence. "Impossible," Lunara whispered. "Twins born at the exact moment of perfect equilibrium," Kronos explained. "One claimed by the Sun Court, one by the Moon Court, neither knowing the other existed. Separated to prevent the prophecy that foretold either perfect harmony or utter destruction, should balanced hands wield the blade." The revelation struck them like physical blows. Siblings, twins, two halves of a whole that had been deliberately divided. "Our father," Lothlórien began, "sought to reunite you," Kronos finished. "He discovered the deception perpetrated by his own advisors generations ago. His reward was assassination by the true enemy, the Lord of Infinite Shadows, who has waited millennia for the perfect moment to unleash the devourers." As if summoned by the name, darkness boiled up from below the spire. The platform cracked as a figure rose through it, a being composed of absolute darkness, wearing a crown of void fire that consumed light itself. "The stone," it hissed in a voice like the death of stars. "Give it to me, and perhaps I shall permit you to serve rather than be devoured." "Never," Lothlórien and Lunara responded in unison, drawing their weapons. In that moment of perfect accord, the two stones they had already acquired began to glow. From Lothlórien's pack rose the Stone of Dawn, from Lunara's the Stone of Dusk. Kronos pressed the Stone of Twilight into their joined hands, and a blinding flash erupted. When their vision cleared, they held not three stones, but a single blade, the reforged blade of shattered destiny, no longer broken but whole, one edge gleaming with sunlight, the other glowing with moonlight, the hilt a perfect fusion of twilight energy. "Together," Lothlórien said, his hand gripping the hilt alongside Lunara's. "Together," she agreed. As one entity with two bodies, they moved against the Lord of Infinite Shadows. Where he struck with darkness, they countered with light. Where he unleashed cold, they answered with warmth, each perfectly complementing the other's movements, as if they had trained together since birth. The blade sang as it cut through the darkness, not destroying but transforming, restoring balance where chaos had reigned. With a final, perfect strike, they pierced the heart of shadow. Light exploded outward, racing across dual thera, sealing the breaches where devourers had slipped through, restoring the equilibrium that had been the realm's foundation. As dawn broke over the lands of eternal night and dusk fell upon the territories of perpetual day, a temporary reversal that occurred once every 1,000 years, Solarian and Lunara stood side by side atop the Maelstrom spire. No longer enemies, no longer strangers, but siblings whose divided heritage might finally bring true harmony to a kingdom balanced on the edge of light and shadow. The blade of shattered destiny, whole once more, pulsed between them, not demanding to be wielded, but content to bear witness to the reunification it had helped achieve. For in the end, it was not the weapon that had saved Lothlórien, but the balance restored between those destined to guide it into a new age of twilight harmony. Story 5. The ancient barrier shimmered like gossamer in the moonlight, its once impenetrable surface now thin and fragile as a dragonfly's wing. Elysia Brightheart watched in silent horror as another hairline fracture spread across the magical shield, branching like frost across a winter pond. Her slender fingers, adorned with the spiraling silver markings of her lineage, trembled as she pressed them against the barrier. The magic felt wrong, weakened and feverish, like a dying heartbeat. In the 5,000 years since the elven realm of Silvermoon had been sealed away from the darker forces of the world, the barriers had stood unbreached. Now they were failing. Moonlight filtered through the ancient trees of the luminous grove, their silver-bark trunks rising hundreds of feet into the night sky, their leaves a canopy of translucent crystal that chimed softly in the gentle breeze. Beneath this celestial symphony, Elysia knelt, her auburn hair cascading down her back, her emerald eyes reflecting the ethereal glow of the sacred grove. "Ah, how much time remains?" she whispered to the ancient oak before her, a sentinel tree that had stood watch since the first age. The tree's bark rippled, forming a face of knots and whirls. "3 cycles of the twin moons, young Brightheart," it replied, its voice like leaves rustling in an autumn wind. "Then the barriers fall completely." Elysia's heart constricted. 3 lunar cycles, barely enough time to comprehend the catastrophe, let alone prevent it. And the other guardians? Surely they sense this too. The sentinel's wooden features twisted into an expression of sorrow. "You are the last child. The Court of Shadows has been thorough in their extermination." The words struck Elysia like physical blows. The portal guardians, her kin, her legacy, gone. Impossible. She had been away merely a season, training with Magister Etherian in the remote Crystal Mountains. How could an entire order fall so quickly, so completely? As if in answer to her unspoken question, an arrow whistled through the night air, embedding itself in the sentinel tree mere inches from her face. The arrowhead pulsed with sickly green energy that spread like poison through the ancient wood. "Found you, little guardian," came a silken voice from the shadows. "Last of a dead breed." 3 figures emerged from between the trees, tall, lithe forms clad in armor black as midnight, their faces concealed behind masks fashioned to resemble twisted, laughing faces. The Court of Shadows, assassins who served darker powers beyond the barrier. Elysia's training took over. Her hand flew to the silver bow slung across her back, an arrow knocked and loosed in one fluid motion. The projectile burst into brilliant blue flame as it flew, illuminating the grove with the light of a small sun. The lead assassin dodged with inhuman grace, but his companions were not so fortunate. The arrow exploded between them, sending them flying into the underbrush. Elysia didn't wait to see more. She turned and ran, feet barely touching the ground as she called upon the ancient magic in her blood to lend her speed. Behind her, the surviving assassin gave pursuit, moving like a shadow between the moonbeams, closing the distance with each passing moment. The chase led her deeper into the forest, away from the settled lands of Silvermoon. toward the ancient ruins that predated even elven memory. Her lungs burned, her legs ached, but she dared not slow. The assassin's footsteps, nearly silent even to her keen hearing, followed relentlessly. As she burst into a clearing dominated by a crumbling stone archway, a figure stepped out from behind the ancient stones. Tall and broad-shouldered, his face half concealed by a hood, he moved with the confident grace of a predator. With one swift motion, he drew a crossbow from beneath his cloak and fired past Elysia. A gurgling cry from behind told her the bolt had found its mark. She whirled to see the court assassin crumple to the forest floor, black blood seeping from beneath his ornate mask. The hooded stranger approached, kicking the fallen assassin to ensure he would not rise again. Now that he stood in the moonlight, Elysia could see him clearly, a man of mixed heritage, his features too angular to be human, yet lacking the ethereal quality of pure elves. A long scar ran from his right temple to his jaw, and his eyes were the color of burnished gold. Most telling was the twisted iron brand on his left hand, the mark of exile. Thorn Nightshade, Elysia breathed, recognition dawning. The Oathbreaker, his mouth twisted into something between a smile and a grimace. I prefer independent contractor these days. And you're welcome, by the way. Why would a bounty hunter save my life? She demanded, her bow still half raised, uncertain if she had merely exchanged one enemy for another. Thorn shrugged, the movement fluid despite his imposing frame. Let's just say I have a vested interest in keeping you alive, last guardian. Don't call me that, she snapped, the sentinel's revelation still raw. The guardians cannot be gone. Believe what you want, he replied, his voice hardening. But while you've been playing apprentice in the mountains, the Court of Shadows has been busy. One by one, the guardian bloodlines have been extinguished. You're the last. He gestured to the dead assassin. And they nearly finished the job tonight. Elysia's mind raced. If what Thorn said was true, if she truly was the last, then the responsibility for Silvermoon's salvation rested solely on her shoulders. The thought was overwhelming, suffocating. The barriers are failing, she said at last, watching his face carefully for reaction. Thorn didn't seem surprised. Why do you think the shadows are moving so boldly? Their masters beyond the veil sense weakness. They're preparing for the collapse. I need to reach the heart of Silvermoon, Elysia decided, thinking aloud. The ancient texts speak of a failsafe, the stellar crown, broken into 5 fragments and hidden throughout the realm. If reunited, it might restore the barriers. And why tell me this? Thorn raised an eyebrow. Because you're going to help me find them, she replied with more confidence than she felt. You saved my life. That creates a bond whether you intended it or not. A flash of something, amusement perhaps, crossed his scarred features. And what would a disgraced exile like me gain from such a venture? Redemption, Elysia offered simply. Help me save Silvermoon, and your exile ends. I'll make sure of it. Thorn studied her for a long moment, his golden eyes unreadable. Then, to her surprise, he laughed, a sound rusty from disuse. You have no idea who I am or what I've done, yet you offer absolution so easily. He shook his head. The naivety of the highborn never ceases to amaze. Before Elysia could retort, he continued. But very well. I'll help you on your fool's quest. Not for redemption, but for my own reasons. Thus began an unlikely alliance between the last guardian of Silvermoon and the infamous bounty hunter known as the Oathbreaker. Their journey took them first to the Whispering Woods, where ancient trees communicated in rustling whispers and the paths shifted like living things. Here, According to Elysia's research, the first fragment of the stellar crown had been hidden beneath the roots of the grandfather tree, the oldest living thing in Silvermoon. As they traveled, Elysia learned that Thorn was more than the simple mercenary she had initially believed. His knowledge of elven lore rivaled her own, and his understanding of the darker aspects of magic spoke of education far beyond that of a common exile. But then, how does a bounty hunter come to know so much about ancient elven artifacts? She questioned as they made camp on their third night in the Whispering Woods. Thorn was silent for so long that Elysia thought he might not answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was distant, as if the words came from somewhere deep within memory. Before I was Thorn Nightshade, I was Thorien of House Nightshade, heir to the Eastern Marches and student of the Arcane College. His fingers absently traced the exile brand on his hand. Until I made the mistake of questioning things I was not meant to question. The revelation stunned Elysia. House Nightshade had been one of Silvermoon's most esteemed families, until their disgrace and exile nearly 50 years ago. The details had been deliberately obscured in official records, but rumors spoke of treachery and forbidden magic. What things? She pressed, unable to contain her curiosity, his golden eyes fixed on her with sudden intensity. The true purpose of the barriers, the price paid to maintain them, the sacrifices made in the name of Silvermoon's purity. He gestured to the forest around them. This paradise has blood-stained roots, Guardian. Remember that when you speak so passionately of saving it. Before she could demand clarification, a haunting melody drifted through the trees, a flute playing a tune both beautiful and somehow wrong, like a lullaby with discordant notes hidden within its sweetness. Sleep magic, Thorn hissed, springing to his feet. Cover your ears. Too late. The enchantment washed over them, and Elysia felt her consciousness slipping away despite her resistance. The last thing she saw before darkness claimed her was Thorn fighting against the spell, his form blurring as he staggered toward her, reaching out with desperation in his eyes. She awoke to find herself bound to an ancient stone altar, the night sky visible through a circular opening in the forest canopy above. Around her, figures in elaborate robes embroidered with silver threads depicting constellations moved in a synchronized dance, their chanting voices rising and falling like waves upon a shore. The astral conclave, mystics devoted to reading destinies in the stars. Once respected sages, they had withdrawn from elven society centuries ago when their prophecies grew too dark for the Elven Council to tolerate. The last guardian awakens, observed an elderly elf with a waist-length silver beard, just in time to fulfill her purpose. What purpose? Elysia demanded, struggling against her bonds. Where is Thorn? The half-blood traitor has been dealt with, another sage replied dismissively. Focus instead on the honor bestowed upon you, child. Your blood will reforge the first fragment of the stellar crown. Cold fear gripped Elysia's heart as one of the sages approached with a ceremonial dagger, its blade glowing with celestial light. The stellar crown was forged with the willing sacrifice of the first guardians, the elder explained. Only guardian blood freely given can restore it. Or in desperate times, taken by force. As the dagger descended, a crossbow bolt suddenly protruded from the sage's shoulder. The elder fell back with a cry of pain and outrage. I believe she declines the honor, came Thorn's dry voice as he emerged from the shadows, bloodied but very much alive. His normally immaculate appearance was disheveled, his cloak torn, and his face smeared with dirt and what appeared to be tree sap. What followed was chaos. Thorn moved through the sacred grove like a whirlwind, his blades flashing in the starlight as he cut down sages and freed Elysia from her bonds. Together, they fought their way to the center of the grove, where a pedestal held a broken circlet, the first fragment of the stellar crown. As Elysia reached for it, the elder sage cried out in warning, "Beware what you seek, last guardian. The crown is not what you have been told." Ask yourself, who benefits most from its restoration? His words echoed in her mind as they fled the grove, the fragment secured in her pack. Over the weeks that followed, as they journeyed from the crystal mountains to the sunless caverns to the floating isles of the western sea, collecting each fragment in turn, the sage's warning haunted her. Who had taught her about the stellar crown? Who had directed her studies toward the ancient artifacts of Silvermoon? The answer was always the same: Magister Etherian, her mentor and guardian since childhood. The same Magister who had sent her away to the remote Crystal Mountains just before the Court of Shadows began hunting guardians. The same Magister who had access to the most restricted archives in Silvermoon. The same Magister who now waited at the heart of Silvermoon, where she was to bring the reassembled crown. "It's a trap," Thorn stated flatly when she finally voiced her suspicions. They stood atop the highest peak of the Crystal Mountains, the fourth fragment of the crown glinting in Elysia's palm. Etherian is no mere collaborator with the Court of Shadows. He likely commands them. But why? Elysia's voice broke. Why betray everything he swore to protect? Thorn's expression softened slightly. A rare occurrence. Power, ambition, perhaps even twisted idealism. The reasons hardly matter. What matters is what we do now. Elysia stared at the fragment in her hand, then at the three others they had collected at such great cost. "We continue," she decided. "We find the final piece and confront Etherian at the heart. But we do so with open eyes." The final fragment lay hidden in the Vault of Echoes, a chamber beneath the ancient library where the earliest histories of Silvermoon were preserved in crystalline memory stones. Here, they encountered not the Court of Shadows, but something far more terrifying. A Void Weaver, a creature of living darkness summoned from beyond the barriers. The battle left them both wounded and exhausted, but victorious. As Elysia fitted the final fragment into place, the stellar crown became whole once more, pulsing with power that resonated with her guardian blood. "The heart of Silvermoon lies beneath the council chambers," she told Thorn as they recuperated in a hidden alcove of the library. "If Etherian seeks to use the crown for his own purposes, that is where he will be." Thorn nodded, wincing as he bandaged a deep gash on his arm. "And what will you do when you face him? The man who raised you, who shaped your mind." Elysia's hand closed around the crown, its power humming against her skin. "I will do what a guardian must, protect Silvermoon, whatever the cost." When they finally stood before the massive crystal doors of the heart chamber, Elysia hesitated for just a moment. Then, drawing strength from Thorn's steady presence at her side, she pushed them open. Magister Etherian waited within, just as she had expected. The ancient elf stood beside a pulsing column of pure magical energy, the heart of Silvermoon itself, the nexus from which the barriers drew their power. His ageless face, once so kind and wise in Elysia's eyes, now seemed calculating and cold. "My dear pupil," he greeted her, his voice still carrying that familiar warmth that had once comforted her. "You have succeeded beyond my expectations. The crown, if you please." "First tell me why," Elysia demanded, the crown clutched tightly in her hands. "Why betray the Guardians? Why betray me?" Etherian sighed, a sound of genuine regret. "Betrayal implies I was ever truly on your side, child. The Guardians have been pawns for millennia, maintaining barriers that should never have been erected. Silvermoon was not meant to be separate from the world, preserved in unchanging perfection while other realms evolve and grow." He gestured to the heart. "With the crown, I can reshape the barriers, not to keep others out, but to allow us out. Silvermoon has stagnated in its isolation. I seek to renew us, to restore our rightful place in the greater world. By murdering an entire bloodline, Thorn interjected, his voice deadly quiet. By allying with creatures of the void, Etherian's gaze shifted to the bounty hunter, hardening. Necessary sacrifices for the greater good, as was the exile of your family, Thorian Nightshade. Your father discovered my plans too soon. I could not allow him to interfere. Understanding dawned on Elysia. You were behind House Nightshade's exile. You framed them for treachery when they were actually trying to prevent it. Semantics, Etherian dismissed with a wave of his hand. Now, the crown, give it to me willingly, Elysia, and I promise you a place at my side in the new order. Refuse, and I will take it by force. For one heartbeat, Elysia considered his offer. Then she remembered the dead guardians, the corrupted sages, the Void Weaver unleashed upon her people. She remembered the pain in Thorn's eyes when he spoke of his family's disgrace. The crown stays with me, she declared, placing it upon her head. Power surged through her, ancient, terrible, magnificent. The knowledge of generations of guardians flooded her mind, showing her the truth of the crown's purpose, not to mend the barriers, as she had believed, but to attune them to the wearer's will. With this realization came choice. She could restore the barriers to their original strength, keeping Silvermoon isolated but safe. She could reshape them as Etherian wished, opening the realm to outside influences both benign and malevolent. Or a third path, she whispered, the crown blazing with light upon her brow. Through the crown, she reached into the heart of Silvermoon, her consciousness expanding to encompass the entirety of the magical field that surrounded the realm. With delicate precision, she began to reshape it, not removing the barriers entirely, but transforming them from a wall into a filter, permeable to those with benevolent intentions, but impenetrable to creatures of darkness. Etherian lunged toward her, ancient magic crackling at his fingertips, but Thorn intercepted him. Their battle raged around Elysia as she continued her work, oblivious to the physical world in her state of expanded consciousness. When she finally returned to herself, she found Etherian subdued, bound with enchanted cords, Thorn standing guard over him with grim satisfaction. "It is done," she announced, removing the crown. The barriers stand, but transformed. No longer will Silvermoon hide from the world, but neither will it be defenseless against those who would corrupt it. As they emerged from the heart chamber into the light of a new dawn, Elysia gazed out over the shimmering spires of Silvermoon. The realm appeared unchanged, yet fundamentally altered, like a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis, recognizable yet transformed. "What now, last guardian?" Thorn asked, his golden eyes reflecting the sunrise. Elysia smiled, feeling the weight of destiny settle comfortably upon her shoulders. "Now we rebuild. The guardians may be gone, but their purpose remains. And I could use a partner who questions things he is not meant to question." Thorn's scarred face broke into a genuine smile, perhaps his first in decades. "I suppose there are worse fates than guarding a guardian." And so began a new chapter in the history of Silvermoon, guided by the unlikely partnership of the last guardian and the redeemed exile, protectors of a realm no longer hidden, but finally truly free. Story 6. The ancient peaks of Ember Peak pierced the dawn sky like obsidian daggers, their dormant calderas wreathed in perpetual mist. Beneath their imposing shadows, the people of the Five Kingdoms lived in an uneasy peace, always aware of what slumbered within the mountains. fiery hearts. For 1,000 years, the great dragons had remained in their ageless sleep, a blessing counted daily in the temples where sacred fires never died. It was in one such temple that Eowyn first saw her destiny unfold in the dancing embers. The young acolyte had been tending the eternal flame, a duty considered mundane by most. Dawn had barely broken over the eastern ridge when the fire suddenly roared upward, its flames shifting from amber to an unnatural violet. As the other acolytes fled in terror, Eowyn stood transfixed. In the heart of the flames, images formed with terrible clarity, mountains splitting open, wings dark as midnight unfurling against blood-red skies, and stars, countless stars, falling like tears. "What do you see, child?" The voice belonged to High Priestess Morwenna, her silver-streaked hair gleaming in the firelight as she approached with measured steps. "The mountains wake," Eowyn whispered, her emerald eyes reflecting the violet flames. Calarath stirs. The name hung in the air like a curse. Calarath the primordial, firstborn of dragonkind, whose roar could shatter mountains and whose breath could scorch kingdoms to ash. The mere mention of the ancient dragon sent the High Priestess staggering backward, her composed demeanor crumbling. "Impossible," Morwenna breathed. "The binding stones still hold." But even as she spoke, the ground beneath the temple trembled, a deep rumble that seemed to rise from the very core of the world. Outside, temple bells began to toll, not with the measured rhythm of prayer calls, but with the frantic clangor of warning. "The gift of ash sight has awakened in you," Morwenna said, studying Eowyn with new eyes. "There hasn't been a true oracle in 3 generations. 3 days later, Eowyn stood before the Council of the 5 Kingdoms in the Grand Hall of Ember Peak's capital. 5 thrones of different design, carved from ancient oak, forged of gleaming steel, hewn from single blocks of marble, woven from living vines and cut from pure crystal, formed a half-circle around the Chamber of Convergence, where a perpetual fire burned in a basin of polished obsidian. "Show us," commanded Queen Lysandra of the Western Forests, her crown of intertwined branches and blossoms nodding slightly. With trembling hands, Eowyn cast the sacred ash into the flames. The fire exploded upward, and within its heart, the gathered rulers witnessed the same visions that had haunted Eowyn for days: dragons awakening, mountains crumbling, and stars falling from the heavens. "And no, this confirms what our seers have whispered," rumbled King Darion of the Iron Valley, his weathered face grim beneath his steel crown. "The ancient pact weakens. The dragons must not wake," hissed Lord Silvus of the Crystal Spires. "We all remember the legends. Legends often obscure as much as they reveal," countered Lady Thorn of the Eastern Plains, her voice soft yet unyielding. "We require certainty, not fear." "Then let the Oracle seek this certainty," declared Emperor Rowan of the Central Kingdom, rising from his throne of ancient oak. "The gift of ash sight manifests for a purpose. Eowyn must journey to each of the sacred volcanoes and read the ash signs at their sources." A heavy silence followed his proclamation, broken only by the crackling of the central fire. "She cannot go alone," Lady Thorn finally said. "The mountain paths are treacherous, and if dragons truly stir, I will accompany her." The voice came from the shadows at the edge of the chamber. A tall figure stepped forward, and murmurs rippled through the assembled court. Even Eowyn, who had spent her life in the sheltered confines of the temple, recognized him instantly. Thorn the Dragon Slayer, or Dragonbane, as some called him, was a legend in his own right. His left arm was a masterwork of enchanted steel and silver, replacing the one he had lost to dragonfire. Scars marked the right side of his face, pulling his mouth into a permanent half-grimace. But it was his eyes that held Elowen's attention. Grey as storm clouds and just as turbulent. "Your reputation precedes you, Dragonbane," Emperor Rowan said carefully. "Your expertise may prove valuable, but this mission requires diplomacy as much as strength." "I'm not offering my sword," Thorn replied, his voice surprisingly soft for a man of his stature. "I'm offering my knowledge. I've mapped every volcano in Ember Peak. I know paths even your royal scouts haven't discovered." Before the Emperor could respond, the ground shuddered beneath them. Fine dust sifted down from the vaulted ceiling, and the flames in the obsidian basin flickered wildly. When they stabilized, they burned with the same violet hue Elowen had witnessed in the temple. "Time grows short," she said, finding her voice at last. "I accept Thorn's guidance," and so it was decided. At dawn the following day, Elowen and Thorn departed from the capital, their path leading first to Mount Viridian, the closest of the 5 great volcanoes. They traveled in silence for most of the first day, the weight of their mission hanging between them like an invisible barrier. "Why did you really volunteer?" Elowen finally asked as they made camp in a sheltered hollow. "You despise dragons." "Everyone knows your story." Thorn was quiet for so long that Elowen thought he might not answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was distant, as if recalling a memory long buried. 15 years ago, I believed I understood dragons. They were fire and fury, death from above, simple." He flexed his enchanted arm, the metal gleaming in the firelight. "Then I tracked a wounded dragon to its lair in the northern reaches. I went to finish it, but instead I found," he shook his head, "something that challenged everything I believed." "What did you find?" Elowen prompted when he fell silent again. "A dying dragon. Yes, but she was protecting something. Not treasure, as the stories claim dragons hoard. She was guarding against something, coming from the stars." He looked up at the night sky, where stars glittered like cold fire. Her last words to me, and yes, she spoke, in a voice that seemed to resonate within my mind, were a warning. "The Devourers return. The pact must be renewed." The fire between them seemed to dim, though neither had touched it. "I've spent 15 years trying to understand what she meant," Thorn continued. When I heard about your visions." Their journey to Mount Viridian took 3 days, climbing ever higher into regions where the air grew thin and the vegetation sparse. The volcano itself rose before them like a massive sentinel, its slopes streaked with ancient lava flows, now overgrown with resilient alpine flora. The sacred shrine sat near the crater's edge, a small structure of black stone that seemed to grow naturally from the mountain itself. As they approached, Elowen felt a strange resonance, as if something within the mountain recognized her presence. Inside the shrine, a fire pit held cold ashes. Elowen knelt before it, drawing from her pouch the sacred kindling and strikestone given to her by High Priestess Morwenna. "Be ready," she warned Thorn as she struck the first spark. "The visions can be overwhelming." The kindling caught immediately, the flames leaping up with unnatural eagerness. Instead of the expected orange gold, these flames burned a deep, iridescent blue. Elowen cast the ritual herbs into the fire, then reached out with her consciousness, as she'd been taught, seeking the hidden truths within the ash and flame. The vision struck her like a physical blow. She saw not just images, but felt emotions, ancient and powerful. A war fought not on Earth but among the stars. Dragons, no beings that would later be known as dragons, defending world after world against shadows that devoured light itself. A desperate alliance with the younger race of humans, a betrayal, a retreat to Ember Peak, a long sleep while guardians watched the skies. "They're coming back," she gasped, barely aware of Thorn's steadying hand on her shoulder. "The Devourers." "The dragons weren't our enemies, they were our protectors." Before Thorn could respond, a new presence made itself known. Standing in the shrine's entrance was a woman unlike any Eloan had ever seen. Her skin held a subtle luster, like polished opal, and her eyes shifted colors with each blink: amber, azure, emerald. Most startling was her hair, which seemed to float around her head as if suspended in water, despite the mountain breeze. "Azura," Thorn breathed, his expression a complex mixture of recognition and wariness. "The Dragonbane, playing guardian to the new oracle," the woman said, her voice melodious yet ancient. "The stars do weave strange patterns." "You know each other?" Eloan asked, still reeling from her vision. "We've crossed paths," Thorn replied carefully. "I am the last dragon speaker," Azura said, approaching with fluid grace. "Erdrand, you, young one, are more important than you realize. The blood that flows in your veins is not solely human. Your mother was of my kind, half human, half dragon." The revelation should have shocked Eloan, yet somehow, deep within, she had always known she was different. It explained her affinity for fire, her unusually acute senses, the dreams of flight that had haunted her since childhood. "In the prophecy speaks of one with divided heritage," Azura continued, "one who can bridge the ancient divide and renew the broken pact." Above them, a star streaked across the darkening sky, too bright, too close. "That is no star," Azura said grimly. "The Devourers send their scouts. We must awaken Kalarath before the vanguard arrives." "Awaken the primordial?" Thorn's voice was incredulous. "That would mean the end of one age and the beginning of another," Azura finished, "but not the end of all things, which is what awaits if the Devourers find our world undefended." As if in response to her words, the ground beneath them trembled. Deep within Mount Viridian, something ancient stirred from slumber. Eloan felt it like a second heartbeat, powerful and primal. "And the choice before you is simple yet impossible," Azura told Eloan, her color-shifting eyes intense. "Remain as you are, and watch your world fall to shadows from beyond the stars. Or embrace your dual nature, awaken the dragons, and lead both races into a war that has raged across the cosmos since before your ancestors first kindled fire." In the shrine's blue flames, Eloan saw reflected both possible futures, one of darkness absolute, another of fire and battle, sacrifice and hope. The Oracle of Ashes stood at the crossroads of destiny, her decision poised to reshape the fate of two ancient races and the very world they shared. Above them, more false stars began to fall, heralding the arrival of an enemy older than time itself.